Good morning, Spartans. Welcome to what's today? Thursday. Hope everybody's had a great week so far. We certainly have. Yesterday we had another fantastic day. Went 3 for 3 in the private group, and two of those over 250%. So have not taken a look at the markets other than just kind of opening my programs here. Looks like we're definitely pushing pre-market. I mean, Nvidia and SPY definitely new highs. So, very cool. Very cool. New layout. See what you guys think. I've added the level 2 data here. If you like it, let me know. If you don't, let me know. Thought it could definitely help you guys out a little bit. Still trying to work on getting it set up. Hopefully, that's going to be something I'm going to have to play with probably daily. But let me know what you think. If it helps, I know it condenses down our charting, but if that helps some people, like I said yesterday, this is a feature I love. I feel if you're an options trader, if you're a series trader, you definitely need this data. And Webull charges $2.99 a month, so more of a reason for you to join in because I can post it up for free for you. So, all right, I'm going to jump in and take care of the private group real quick. If you guys have any questions, comments, concerns, or anything you want me to take a look at this morning, please post up in chat. When I get back, we will go over, we'll set up IWM SPY and update a few of these all-time highs and look at a few things. So, yeah, I'll be back shortly. I mean, not going anywhere, but... All right, guys. Got that posted. And a few other things to knock out here real quick. And then we're going to jump in and get these charts. We are Spartan. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. How are you, Ops? Ready for another killer day today? Wouldn't it be cool? Yeah, I'm still trying to learn and set up Twitch and all this stuff. You know, I'm a trader, not a Twitch streamer. But wouldn't that be cool if I could set it up where you did like what you just did, We Are Sparta or something, and it played that line from the movie or something? That'd be cool. We need to research that and see if that's possible. Golly. Oh. All right. I bet there is a way. There's got to be. I think if you sign up and pay bits, like it might be a way where you pay 100 bits and it would do it or something. I don't know. There's got to be a way. I need to figure that out because that would be cool. All right, we lot to do this morning. The market really enjoying this government shutdown, so let's get on this because that Tesla 22.5 call should open really nice. PayPal could. Pfizer's about the one of the only ones down. All right, SPY, where you at? Bam, there we go. All right, so first and foremost, SPY new all-time high. 670.75. Really want that as close as I can. That'll work. Carryover. Okay, while we're here, let's just go ahead and do this. We're going to dot it, and that's also going to be pre-market high Thursday, which is today. This is going to be our carryover, which is session high Tuesday, because yesterday was Wednesday. No, yeah, yesterday was Wednesday. Today's Thursday, so that was Tuesday session high. And that's going to be our carryover. And then everything else below. Dang, we never did our zones yesterday that I wanted to look at in pre-market. Remember that we this was a pretty hard zone, and I said, hey, let's make these red, and then we'll come back to it. And I wanted to chart it a little different, but SPY didn't listen, and it never came back to it yesterday. So I honestly forgot about it. So what I was going to do is look at overall support and resistance, which would be those guys there. I don't know. We'll worry about that later. I'll leave it for now. Alright, so everything else can go, minus green, of course, just to clean up some of this mess. You know that buzzing sound I've been hearing? Found out if I lightly tap my desk, the buzzing goes away. Makes no sense. What I did, I just went ahead and grabbed one of those reds, threw it up as support resistance. It looks like it's pretty well defined, so. Alright. Next, pre-market high, pre-market low. Pre-market high is shared with that new high. And then our pre-market low is going to be there. Session high. See, it's doing it again. And then it stops. No idea. No idea. Alright, session low. So there's SPY. We'll do IWM as well. I'll put it down here on the larger chart just because it's a little easier to see. Let's put U up top. U up top. Already up there. All right. I was just moving some stuff on my watch list. All right. IWM 52 week is 247.18. I don't know if we charted that. Gosh. So I do want to go ahead and put that in there. 247.18. We're going to lock it. Just because we're getting back to that area. 243.83 is going to be our pre-market high. Shoot. We're going to do this as our carryover, which is session high Tuesday. That can go. Okay. And that's going to be our pre-market. Shoot. Pre-market. Session. Okay. There we go. All right. Let's look at in the video real quick. Video pushed new highs yesterday, so we just need to update that. 190.23. Oh. Why is it these do not want to ever work with me? 190.23. That's close enough. Same with Apple, so we'll look at Apple. Apple did on a spike, so 158.79. Close enough. Then we want to look at BABA. BABA's been pushing. Yep, new highs there as well. And looks like it's trying to make new highs in pre-market. So we need to maybe watch that one today. Come on. Hood. Did not make new highs. Okay. Hood, like I said, still like that. Some room for consolidation. This is the 30-minute, so definitely has some consolidating it can do. And then that should be about everything, right, guys? Anything else we need to look at as far as new highs? We got about 3 minutes to go, so. Yeah, don't think we've got anything else really concerning. That was a big spike there off middle of nowhere earlier this morning on Tesla. Not sure what that was about. Yeah, silver. How did I forget silver? What's that Marvel, I don't know if it's Marvel, that action hero that's the silver guy. That's who I'm gonna start calling you, X. Silver Surfer. There you go. That's gonna be your new nickname, the Silver Surfer. 43.60. And then Chris said SOXL. Uh, 52-week there, Chris. I'm showing as 40.81, so we didn't hit new all-time high, but we are quite the uptrend. Didn't you play this one in the private group, Chris? All right, a minute to go. You miss that one once in a while. What? We'll look at volume on that one. 2.3 million, so a little low on volume. See if that picks up here after bell. Make sure you take a sec, look at your account status, see what you can and cannot get into, and let's get ready. 5 seconds, guys. And we are live. Big pullback there off of Walmart. See what it wants to do. Let's take a quicker look here at this SOXL for Chris. I miss the weekly. I play it once in a while. There's an inverse to that too. What's the inverse? Ah, it is an ETF. A semiconductor ETF. That's crazy. Spy big drop back here as well. Oof. Let's see our carryover. Tesla 123 opened at 142. Your bell pictures are much better than mine. Yeah, PayPal is gapping up quite a bit. But with these highs and that big push in pre-market, I'm just going to kind of let some stuff ride. Nvidia new all-time high there. The PayPal is looking pretty good though. 67.78, but we're trying to retrace that big gap down from yesterday, so we're getting to the top of that gap. Apple pushing. I'm trying to remember which one was the inverse offhand. Once I see it pop up, I'll let you know. Okay, cool. No rush. I'm just curious. ADAPLD. Justin likes that one. See if we get any of this movement to stick. One thing I was telling the private group earlier is with that big move the market had in pre-market, kind of want to give it some time to allow it to have some good direction. The inverse SOXS. SOXS. Yep. Okay. IWM just dropped through that session high we were watching. AMD, NVIDIA trying to push again. NVIDIA back over that all-time high from yesterday that we had set. Key level here on SPY, if we lose that and VWAP, we could see more to the downside. PayPal through that resistance. I'm going to take a quicker look here at PayPal. PayPal is actually trading pretty low on volume right now, which it is a lower volume ticker. It is probably one of the lowest volumes that we trade. I just like the movement and the price action on it. So. If you're new here, guys, make sure you give us a follow on Twitch. We do this every day. The market's open and we can stream, so we're here to help you guys out. If there's something you want to take a look at, questions you have, or whatever, you can definitely ask. And just trying to build a community of like-minded traders. And corny dad jokes. Let's see what we got. Whiteboards are remarkable. They are. They are quite remarkable. It was a great invention. I just grabbed my whiteboard yesterday from my old office. I need to put it up somewhere. I don't know where. Maybe back there. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, they are quite remarkable. That one's kind of funny. I like that one. Dry humor. Get it? Erase dry humor. Okay, never mind. IWM looking like it's wanting to push back up. Man, the market's kind of like, I want more to the downside, but let me hold on to this high, but let me look to the downside. So we're only 8 minutes in. Oh, got an itch. We're only 8 minutes in. No reason to chase any of this stuff. Oh. Apple's setting up a decent trend so far to the downside. I mean, 9 minutes in, nothing I would want to play. SPY just broke that VWAP, but we have this moving support that it's getting ready to come into. And then also session high from yesterday at 669.41. So even though this is looking quite nice to the downside, don't let FOMO cost you money. What? Just thought of something. I want to hold on. Put something in perspective. Had to ask my number one employee, Chat GPT. Okay, so we're 10 minutes in. Okay. There is 390 minutes in a trading session. So we just cracked the shell. So no need to chase. And at this point, we have 380 minutes left of trading. So if we miss this movement right off the bell, no worries. We still have plenty of time to make it up today. So we did get through that, moving support resistance here, and we're seeing a little bit of bounce off this 69.41. IWM dropping, but Walmart, chips, Apple, Tesla, all dropping as well, which is going to help fuel this fire on SPY. Now we're getting confirmation here that SPY does want more to the downside, so. Just be careful, because we're still trying to retrace some of that. KMX retracing, happy. Give me a second. I will take a look at that. We PT'd on a trade. That one was really quick. It's coming back. I don't if you didn't take profit on that one, guys, if you're in the private group, definitely watch it. It was this one on PayPal. We reached up here, which spiked, which knocked out our PT. But then we quickly dropped back down to 56, and I don't know why that big drop happened. Definitely shouldn't have. So that was weird. But now we're back over our entry. So that's what I was actually trying to figure out a second ago when I had that confused look. But now we're back to PT. So PayPal 68C. We alerted this one in the private group at 0.67. PT was 0.80 for 20%. And as you can see, we are over PT, so good trade. Risky trade. Alerted as a high risk trade. But now we're coming into this level, so we got to be careful. We need to watch for that break over and then the retrace. Just like we did here, we never got a clean break from this put here. And then we bounce back up on the retrace, and we're over our 15-minute mark. So I full transparency, I was getting close to looking at, or I was looking at puts here on SPY, but no follow through because we did not get confirmation. All right, so you said KMX. Let's take a look there. Sorry, Silver Surfer. I was looking at something else. Yeah, KMX is coming back pretty strong. We have that long call on it. It's definitely up. KMX. KMX 1017 47.5. See now. Where'd it go? 160. We grabbed that one at 120, so we're up $40 on that one. Over PT was 144 for the swing. This one here, that was in at 144, so that was quite nice. So here's that retrace back to that support at 68.25 on PayPal. Walmart dropping. I'm not going to play this because I feel like we talked about yesterday, that the 100 level on Walmart's going to be a tougher level. So we need to see what we're going to do here. Definitely something to watch. It's typically been a good support level for Walmart. We've played up into 100 and 100 and over, but that 100 mark is a good area of support resistance. Looks like Intel popped new all-time high this morning, but these moving support and resistance looks like it caught it to the downside. So Not sure we're going to get a push again here off this PayPal. We might have topped on that one. So if you're in that PayPal, not a bad time to exit. Morning, Flap. How are you doing, sir? Flat. He called you Flap. Alright, so here we go on SPY again. It could get the break that we were looking for this time. Thank you. I will take all the time that you're willing to give. How's the work going? How's trading going? Hopefully great on both. Like I always say, work, guys, is so overrated. Put in the time, put in the effort to learn this trading stuff, and then allow this trading stuff to replace that work. Be so much happier. I mean, typically we work, what, 9 to 12-ish? Let the trading replace work. Work's great. Trading has been slow. I'm just trying to learn and learn. And you know I'm here for you, buddy, if there's anything I can do. I think you're in our private group, right? If so, like I said, man, shoot me a message. If you're platinum, let's set up a one-on-one if you need that help. And, dude, that's what I'm here for. That is what I'm here for. And the same goes for anybody. I mean, you don't have to be in the private group. I'm here to help any way I can. You know, I don't do the group to get paid. You know, I make my money off. Oh, okay. Well, if you want to swap over, you know, we can. It literally takes me about 5 seconds. But you know me. I'm not a pressure guy. If you want to, cool. If not, I'm good with that too. But what was I saying? Shit, I don't remember. Yeah, no pressure guy. But if you guys are in the group and platinum, you know, and need that help, that's what it's there for. SPY is not wanting. I mean, this peach line is nice, but it's on a downtrend. PayPal getting a little bit more of a push. Still not over that 91. Golly, look at that SPY. It just retracing that whole movement. It does not want to get right back in there. What are your thoughts on UNH long calls? Let's take a look. UNH. United Health Group. How long are we talking? And calls. So just quickly looking at UNH, first things that stick out, low volume, 1.35 million. So I would be concerned there. Second is, what strike price are you looking at and what expiration date? Because to me, it looks like it's going to get expensive quick. For this week expiration, the 35.25, the 352.5, excuse me, is trading at 287. March 26, 600. Wow. That, that's a stretch. I mean, you're wanting this thing to double almost in value until then. So 6. Well, I guess that is a few months ago. So 5-6 months ago, you were trading. Yeah, 6 months ago, you were trading at 600. This is the daily. We've had some pretty big gap downs. Did this thing have I mean, look at this. Your high here was 586.27 to low of 439. Did this? It's not one I follow, so I don't know. Did this one have? Did it split or anything? Typically, you know, when a stock splits, the value not the value of the company, but the value of the stock per share will drop when they split. So I don't know if that or this was that, or what happened. Was there news or something? Looks like they played pretty good dividends. I believe it did last year. Okay, so that one was probably at earnings. This I have no clue. Man, it's been beat the last few months. All right, so you said March 2016. So March. So it's 169 days, March 26th. And then 600C. Yeah, man, that's 240 is your ask, 218 is your bid. So right off the bat, you're going to lose $22 just off the spread. Or now 20, it just gained 19, 18, 10. Wow, that, and now it just dropped to 40. That was crazy. But oof, I would be careful with it. I'm not going to say yes or no. This is the daily. You're under the support and resistance moving. I would wait till we were over that with a little bit of confirmation to the upside, probably before I put it. And I would push it out a little bit longer if possible. I mean, we're starting an uptrend, but we're coming into some resistance support. Well, resistance here on the daily. So just be careful. I had puts on Telray, especially leading up to the earnings today, but it nearly doubled in price since then. Since when? When did I don't follow Telray a whole lot. I don't even know the ticker. Telray. TLRY. Makes sense. Are you trading options on it, War? Started last month. Ah, there you go. That's probably your big push up. I mean, there is options on it, so you could be trading options on it. But I mean, if you, well, you said you had puts on Telray. I show earnings. I was getting ready to ask you that, Ops. I show earnings on the 9th for Telray, not today. Which, next week? Biggest cannabis S brand in the U.S. That is true. I forgot it was a cannabis. Back when we were doing GME, that time, we played a lot of Telray. We seen some good movements on it. Yeah, we did back in the day. So what are your thoughts on Telray? You wanting to look at puts on it now, or there's the 5 minute, there's the 30-minute. Kind of trading sideways. I don't like playing into ER though. That's a complete lotto. But what you were talking about earlier, Ops, honestly, I've looked at that one probably 5 times this morning. But we're just not getting the confirmation, and we're building this area. Every time we get down to right in here, we're getting that push up. So that's what's keeping me out, is we're just building some support. Kind of like a hidden intraday support right in that area. That's kind of what I'm watching. Patience, yeah, exactly. I don't see why it's getting hyped up. It's burning money, and the U.S. still pushes back on Trump's litigations. It's a long-term play, but now it's just building hype. I personally don't watch a lot of news, and I try not to trade into the hype. But aside from the news and the hype, you're right. The daily looks like there's some big movements on it. There's 0.05. I mean, it's still a cheap stock. What volume is decent? 37 million. Your average daily movement, though, right in sorry, that's the minute. Average daily movement is 15 cents a day is your average. So if you can catch it on a high up or a high down day, like here, this day we moved from $3.45 to $1.80, $8.56. So if you can catch it on some of these high move days, like today we just hit 188, and now we're dropping back. If you can catch it off of that, you could definitely play a scalp put and call on it if you wanted to. Fair. I have 300,000 shares of Oxley, though there's a big opportunity here, but if it's not directly going to the benefit of the U.S., rescheduling the drugs, but someday they might enter that market. What is the ticker on Oxley? PayPal broke back through that level. XLY. Let me take a look at that. Is that it? The consumer districts? I don't know. That's weird. All right, Walmart now under that 100 level. Something to watch. Hey Ward, do you follow us here on Twitch? Gotcha. That I do. I call the second last stream. Okay, cool. Just making sure. I appreciate you stopping in and asking questions, man. Really do. So I was just gonna remind you to give us a follow if you don't. Man, SPY is still stuck in that range there. All right, so we're 35 minutes in. Let's go ahead and set up our opening range on IWM, and then we'll jump in and do it on SPY. Yeah, I've heard that too. I'll see if I can research that and verify. Um, and then we usually have the Santa rally right after that through the holidays. So it looks like IWM is testing that low. So went and asked my number one employee on payroll, Chat GPT, and they agree that there's no unanimous answer, but it is often stated that October is usually the most volatile month. And now it's putting together last 20 years of data for me. So once that's done, we will take a look at it. Spy, where'd you go, Spy? Spy. And we'll pull up the opening range for Spy. Well, it must be believable. Yeah. So that little spike down that we had under this level, ops is set our opening range low. So looks like IWM just broke its opening range. And then if we get under its pre-market, then it's definitely got some room for some movement. Currently, I hold a majority stake in Geely, Oxley, and Invo at that, and it's lowest. Though I'm still only in the minimum side of a 5-digit network, though. Do you trade a lot of commons, or do you do what do you trade mainly? So over the last 25 years, it's saying that Volatility usually builds August through September and peaking in October. Cool. All right. SPY now trying under that. Looks like we're gaining some momentum to the downside here, guys. I try to avoid the magnificent five, as it feels like an echo chamber. I'm not looking for deep worth either, but something there in between mid-term plays 2 or 3 out. So are you? But are you doing commons or are you doing options? I would imagine options since you were talking about puts earlier. Complete retrace on that PayPal. Sorry, guys. Whew. My current option plays are PayPal 1 year out at 100 and Big Bear AI 75. Gosh, you do a lot of PayPal. Oh, God. BBAI is up next month, though, since that might be a bit reckless. We've done some AI stuff. I think AI long term, fantastic. I really do. I haven't looked at BBAI though. I do have it highlighted on my chart. Or not my chart, my watch list. I mean, I still think long. I think I have it highlighted because I think it's one we were looking at the wheel strategy on. It definitely has some decent movement to it, so. I also believe AI is here to stay. It can't be another .com bubble, but with all of that cash burning, certainly a few players will go bankrupt at some point. The question is who and when, because they'll make the market scared for a short time. I agree. I think overall, long term, AI is here to stay, and I think it's only going to develop and grow over time. So with that, the natural progression of things, that means stocks are going to move and grow with it. But you're right. I think we don't really know which one, so at this point, it's kind of a bit of a gamble. Um, but I think if you get it right, it'll pay off in the long run. Just like Apple back in the day, when Apple first came out, a lot of people just wrote it off, and Amazon and stuff like that. So if you get it right or diversify in the AI sector, then you can kind of wean out who sticks around, and I think it would be beneficial. Is it good for options? I don't know. I don't know if I'd play options on it. Well, long term options. I mean, of course, weekly or monthly options. Okay, cool. But when we're talking about AI and the future, we got to not look at monthly or 6 months or even a year time frame. We're on that 5 to 10 year scale. So, yeah, I think commons in AI is not bad at all. When given the choice, who'd you back between? Hmm. I don't know enough about Joby or Archer. I would have to research that, honestly, 100%. Not afraid to admit when I don't know the answer to a question, and that one, I do not know. Who would you back and why? Maybe you could teach me something because I don't even know offhand who those people are. But for me, I don't read into a lot of these companies. I don't really. I mean, I do care about some, but most of the time, I just care about the charts and what's the charts doing, and that's what I play off of. I don't really dig into the news. I stay away from ERs as much as possible. I look for price actions and trends and stuff like that. Um, I don't watch CNN or Bloomberg or what is that, Jim Cramer or what? I don't watch none of those people. This is what I watch. This is what pays my bills. I get asked a lot, like, what do you think about this company, or where this is going, or what's on the weekend. The big question is what's going to move Monday. I don't know. I don't research that. I wait till it happens. I look for this downtrend in IWM and play it based off the chart. So, sorry, I went off on a tangent there. So I honestly don't know who Joby Archer Aviation or Beta Technologies is. Um, Assuming they're companies, but yeah, let me know. I'm curious. I like barbecue. Yes, today is going to be a steak and barbecue day. I can feel it. I mean, we had that good PayPal earlier. Uh, Coffee is gone. It is a U.S. aircraft taxi industry that's forming. Taiwan and China already has certified firms to allow for this invention. Beta Technologies is IPOing soon. Okay, that makes sense. That's why I'd not heard of them. Archer is the cheapest player and slightly behind Joby in the certification process. I'd probably dump 1 to 5K into Archer at some point though. So when you're saying U.S. aircraft taxi industry, are we talking like AI, kind of like the robotic taxis that are out now, but in a flying version? I mean, I think that's pretty freaking cool. And I know that the world is going to like the Jetsons and Back to the Future, flying cars and stuff like that. So I know the aircraft taxi industry is kind of like that as well. So I would definitely be interested in learning more about that. Looks like we're getting some movement to the downside, guys. Apple, though, is trying to defy gravity and pushing back up. And if anybody caught this Walmart off 100, it's doing well. Tesla looking like more to the downside. A spaceship, I can show you one of those. That's funny. Like personal spaceship. Autonomous drone taxis. It's not exactly flying cars, but you can own. But it's going to make transport faster and cheaper. Gotcha. I didn't know if it was going to be autonomous or not. I mean, I see it in the future. Um, and with AI and the robotic taxis and stuff that are out now, it's definitely something I could see happening and being faster. So those companies you were talking about, well, it goes back to what we were talking about with AI in that sector. Swap, diversify. I would probably give Beta Technologies a little bit of time because it's going to be IPOing. But the others, you could definitely put a little bit into and go at it slowly. Fly from the bar home fast, or the other way. So if you need to get home fast from the bar, you can swapped headlight out on the bike gives hard rocket vibes. Is that your own personal spaceship there, Hunter? Yeah, automation means no DUI. People out in Oregon see stuff all the time. Yeah, I mean, because it's a new sector, or I would definitely spread it out, diversify a little bit. If those are the three main ones, like I said, I mean, I don't know if I'd jump right in on IPO, unless you feel really good about the company. Like I said, I don't research companies and I don't really play comments, so I don't get into IPOs. But you could, but I would definitely diversify and see what you thought about each one, and then you can mitigate your risk and transfer funds, to and from if need be. Okay, cool. All those people hanging out at 7-Eleven. Yeah, definitely something to watch. I don't um I don't like to play IPOs much either. Yeah, IPOs are just tough. Yeah, I mean, just like trading in all-time highs, you've got nothing to um, compare it to. I mean, you've got zero history, so you never know. So it's always a complete gamble on an IPO. So I'm saying the only way I'd play an IPO is if you've got extra cash and you feel confident in the company. This IWM looking for 241 even. Pretty steady on that drop back. Well, my goal is to eventually land 3K to achieve financial freedom. I'm already 15% that way. By the way, things are going now. Set in 8 years' time. What's your goals? Dude, I'm right there with you. I think goals are different for everybody, but my goal is, I feel like I'm good at the trading. Still stack cash, so life will just get easier and easier. But really, my goal is to help people. That's why we do the Spartan Trading Group. I want to help guys like you hit your goals. Ops guy, his goal is to eat steak and brisket every week, and I want to help him achieve that goal. I love teaching people how to trade options. I enjoy coming to work every day, I guess you could say. So, honestly, I make more off of trading than the group. The group is an actual LLC, so we try to put the money into the LLC and grow and do things like that. But the group is not here for me. I guess I could say it's here for you guys to help you guys out. Honestly, when I started the group years ago, my trading kind of took a hit, and I stepped back some from trading just because this and talking, not bad, talking to you, talking to the guys in the private group, answering questions, this and that, is takes away from the focus on the trading. So, but that's my goal. I don't know if you ever heard the story about the lady that I helped up in Canada a few years ago. And if not, I can share it. But I think most everybody's here's heard it. But that's why I do what I do. And if you want to hear it, I can tell you. But Big green there on IWM. I don't know why. We had a push back on SPY a little bit too. I didn't even look at. I had looked at it earlier, but I didn't pay a whole lot of attention to Telray. Yeah, but PayPal hit a spike there, and that tail rays just keep dropping. Sounds pushing. What option plays have you got going on at the moment? Right now we're in one that we're a little negative on with the private group. We haven't hit PT on that one yet. We had a play. We played PayPal to the upside, took it for over 20% this morning, and that's really it. The market's been choppy and no good defined direction. So we're just in one trade. We in a swing trade. We were in this swing trade here on CarMax. Got in at 120. It's up just a little bit, but it was at 170 or 169 earlier. So, but the market's just kind of. So we're in, like I said, one small trade, but we're down a little bit, $10 on it. I thought we were going to PT on it, but we didn't. But right now we're just kind of watching a few things. PT and total, nice. Good little day there, Silver Surfer. How's that silver trade? Are you still in it? Nice. Alright, looks like we are back green on that trade. Now we just need it to follow through. does numbers go up? What numbers are you referring to? All right, time for a dad joke, guys. You let me slip, ops. Dad joke. Have you heard the rumor going around about butter? Never mind. I shouldn't spread it. That one was funny. Yep. Butter is a must have on a steak and a good like marinade for some barbecue. Oh. Oh gosh. Today is quite choppy, guys. I mean, it's definitely tough to trade. We're not getting good trends. I wish we would call it the downtrend here on that PayPal. Not too concerned because we did catch that uptrend for over 20. We were in that other trade and it's kind of, it was green, now it's back to red. We're just, the market is just not sure which direction it wants to go. So, but we're only just over an hour in, hour and 10 minutes. Like I said earlier, I mean that's 70 minutes. There's 390 minutes in a trading day, so we still got a lot of time left. We've been seeing a lot of chop in the morning. Around 11, we're starting to see some direction, and then in the afternoon, that direction really starts picking up. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. But I mean, as you can see, we're just kind of range bound on a lot of stuff. Hey, X, your silver had a huge rejection off that all-time highs at 43.59. Wow. Too bad we didn't catch that earlier. And silver's trading at 21.43 million too, which is nice. Naps are bad for my trading. So I get tired, set a stop, and get stopped out for a small profit, and then it goes to the moon. Nap time, you gotta. Yeah, I know what you mean. Nap time's tough. I don't see how you do it, Chris. My nap time usually falls in the afternoon. But I'm trying to stay away from those. Come on, market. Google with a big drop. Holy smoly. I was looking at sound earlier. No clue what's going on there with Google. Didn't you say they were getting rid of your help? Just this month, they are covering for someone else. All right, there we go. Boom, boom. And we PT'd on that one. It took a little bit of time, but we were watching our levels. Good little trade. We alerted this one. 0.79 PT on it was 0.95, 20%. If you guys are in the private group, be careful with that SPY. We dropped right back down to that pre-market low, and we bounced back. Definitely has some room for consolidation. We were here, peach lines here, so definitely has some room. Overall, still in the downtrend, but just be careful with it. Mm. We PT'd on another trade, but this one here on silver, it was a. I don't know if it's going to stick, but just throwing that out for you guys. This one was 42p alerted at 0.37 PT. 45, 20%. So that there puts us at 3 for 3 today. PayPal and SPY and silver. So And SPY still holding on to this opening range low. Our indicators are pushing down, so we could squeeze and we could see a pop here one way or the other on SPY. Silver pop. One thing we did on silver, and I'll pull it up for you and talk you through it. We bought it as it was coming into that 42 level. And the reason we bought it into that 42 level is because I wanted that premium jump once we broke in the money, and we're getting that now with that. So sweet. Okay, so it looks like SPY is breaking that pre-market low, so we should be getting a good push. Now we just needed to hold that level. Hopefully you guys are making some money with us. Slow grind kind of day. So we're going to ask our second best employee, Magic 8 Ball. He knows everything. I asked him, is the market going to keep dropping back? And Twitch 8 Ball says sure. So we should keep riding these to the downside. YouTube 8 Ball says yes or yeah with one of these, whatever you call those thingies. So I guess we'll just keep riding it to the downside, guys. I mean, can't go against 8 Ball, right? And SPY's getting confirmation under that 667.91 level. That silver touched 60. Magic 8 Ball, I want brisket is what Ops Guy says. Yesterday it wouldn't have been a yes, but today it is no. Not the 8 Ball. So it sounds like 8 Ball said no to your brisket demands. That's funny. As we're getting a pop here on Spy and Silver. Whew. Can't be greedy in this market, guys. There's way too much chop. I mean, we're consistently hitting our PTs, which is fantastic, but runners are just all over the board. So the best thing to do is cut back on your runners. Have one, maybe two, and hope for the best on them and go from there. God. You're speaking my language. What, with the brisket? Ops, you need to post up some pictures of that brisket there, man. Or the steak. I'm good with either one. Brisket does sound good. It's coming into lunchtime here. Goodness. Sorry guys, I promise I'm not trying to fall asleep. I just can't stop yawning. $126 there on Spy. Good break off of that peach line through our pre-market low, so good. Spy definitely has some room to the downside now that we're through there, so that was that last little bit of resistance from yesterday that we had. Now should be free selling for a little bit. I mean, not guaranteed, of course. Down to 666.65, which is our session high from Tuesday. Tesla dropping back as well. Just be careful, guys. We could start seeing a market sell off here. $158 is going to be 100% on SPY, so. Some room for consolidation. That's what we're seeing here. So. So SPY soaked up that consolidation. Could come back and retest that 667.91 level. SPY really needs to hold this 667.91 level. If not, we could pop to the upside. The only problem is we've got a lot of support behind it. Apple, Google, trying a little bit. NVIDIA, AMD, Tesla with a little bit of a pop as well. So the market's trying to want to push a little higher, so just be careful. IMW, what's IMW doing? It has no idea. It's lost and confused. Overall, it's wanting more to the downside. So if you look at the indicators are pointing to the downside, but it's getting caught up in this, same as SPY. It's just got its session high from Tuesday carryover that it's fighting with in this pre-market low. So we are now pushing through that pre-market low. I want to come down and get a clean retest of it to the downside. We haven't had that except for right here, but then we quickly reverse back on the retrace. So I think overall, I mean, I know we look at the 1, 5, 15 minute, but if we scroll out and look at the big picture, overall the market today is wanting more to the downside, but we've got that tighter chop that is a little bit larger than what we normally like to see that we're having to deal with. It's scared. It definitely is. I think the market is scared as a whole. If we got a rejection on AMD and NVIDIA here, it would definitely help our SPY and IWM though. That can go from earlier. It was a good bounce yesterday on that Intel. Every time we've got close to this moving support and resistance, we've seen a pretty decent bounce up. Definitely some room for consolidation. So if that consolidates back and we catch it, definitely probably play that to the upside. While we got a few minutes, if you guys are new here, make sure you give us a follow here on Twitch, or if you're on YouTube, follow us there on YouTube as well. Really helps us out. We're newer to streaming. We've only been streaming a few months, so every little follow and subscription on YouTube with a thumbs up really goes a long way to help us out. And speaking of which, if you want to subscribe to the channel here on Twitch, you can. It unlocks, ad-free viewing. It unlocks some special emotes and things like that. And it really goes a long way to help us out. We are actually looking at doing some more things for our subscribers here. Maybe like one night a month where we do a subscriber only chat and live stream or something. You got to figure out how to set it up, but we can do it off Twitch too if need be. But that way you guys can ask questions and we can go over specific things that you guys want or need to see. But it's cheap. It's like $4.99 a month. And all that goes to help us out. And if you're interested in really learning and getting our alerts in real time, we do have the private group that I refer to all the time, and we're in there chatting right now about some some stuff. So I was laughing at a comment that they just made. But anyway, we're trying to grow the community of like-minded traders. We're here to help you guys be profitable options traders. We can take a trader that has no idea how to trade stocks or even what options are and take them up and into being a profitable options trader. That's really what the group was founded on and the concept behind it. We're here for you guys. We are an actual LLC. We are a legitimate company that is here to help. I'm just not some random guy streaming on Twitch trying to get you to join the group. So we've had members in the group that's been there for long time making some decent money. So yeah, if you want to check that out, feel free. But at least give us a follow here on Twitch. That is free. But with our private group, we do offer a 7-day free trial on all of our subscription levels. That way you can see if it's right for you. If you like it, cool, stick around, hang out, become part of the family. If you don't, no harm, no foul. We'll remove you from the group, and you're more than welcome to hang out with us here on Twitch. But I'm not a high-pressure salesman, so if you do, you do. If you don't, you don't. With or without you, we will do this every day. That's completely up to you. So, sound is pushing back over that new high, new high of day. We were watching that one in the private group as well. Kind of looking at that. SPY needs a rejection. Still up quite a bit on that SPY trade, but definitely, if you're in this, manage your risk, please. Sound is one of those we were talking about, War. I don't know if you're still here. Um, that it is AI, and I do like it. I do have some comments in it, and I think it's going to be one of the better ones for the long haul. Just throwing that out there. I'm way too tired to try 0DTE stuff. Tomorrow could be a sit and watch morning if I get another like that. Like I said, I don't see how you do it, Chris. Once you go to bed, I don't see much happening. I think you were the one that was talking about this sound in the private group, but I don't know if we're going to get much of a direction. It looks like Spy and IWM and a few other things are starting to trend sideways. We might have seen our best movement till after lunch. You got hit with that right after that comment. I was just saying that if you want to go to bed, man, I would, because I don't think we're going to get a whole lot of movement the rest of the day, or at least till after lunch. IWM and Spy starting to try to go sideways. We are getting a rejection here on AMD and a little bit on Nvidia, which I was hoping for earlier, but in the same time, Apple's trying to push, so those could offset each other. I just don't know if we're going to see many moves this afternoon, so. Wowzer, look at that big Apple push. Jeez. God, that apple push out of nowhere. I'm gonna pull up that Amazon, Chris. Take a look at it. Maybe if I can find it. I swear my watch list just drops random tickers. I'm gonna stop looking for them and just type them in every time. Yeah. If we can break this gold, we could see more to the upside on it. But I think we're going to need some market momentum to do so. I just don't know if Amazon's going to have it on its own to want to counter trend the market for an upside push. And quickly getting a retrace back on that apple does not surprise me. We are setting up for some range bound action here the last little bit. IWM getting stuck right around this pre-market low and this support resistance at 242.35. Is that what that is? SPY having a hard time with this 667.22. I think we denoted earlier. 23, 22 range. Let me just map this one out in case we break. Been kind of bouncing around here for the last little bit since about 11 o'clock, so last 30 minutes or so. Still think overall, the big picture, like we were talking about, we're kind of looking at a small little snippet. These charts here on the left are the 2 minute, and I play with time frames on these, but the 2 minutes pretty tight, showing us this range. But I think if you zoomed out overall, we're still in a good downtrend for the day. We're just getting caught up in a little bit of this bobble. We had some buyers stepping in on Apple and Nvidia. AMD still stepping in, but and Tesla. But it looks like we are slowly reverting back to the more bearish market setup. Starting to gain some momentum here. See if we can get through that white line that we just posted. Hold on one sec, guys. All right, sorry about that, guys. Quick little phone call, but look, once we were seeing this level here earlier that we quickly charted on SPY, what happened as soon as we broke it, we quickly dropped back. The 660, 665 is one thing that we have been talking about in chat, and we hit that perfectly. So. Nope, IWM is stuck right here in that level. I assume you're in IWM puts. IWM had that great movement earlier today, then it bounced right back up and stuck in this range. Are they today's expiration? Yeah, just bigger money. Nice. SPY is bouncing hard off that 665. cheapest, but maybe things is gonna start being faster. Maybe. Break 3722 consider a push to the 40s on Intel. Let me look. NTC. NTC. Man, tough. Where are you getting that 3722 number? Because I showed 52 week at 3630, so you're at least a year out over that. July 2024. So you're going pretty far back. Anything over a year, yes, you still want to chart that support resistance like we were talking about yesterday. Those are historical, never change anywhere. Anything past a year, though, kind of takes a little bit off, if that makes sense. So the further back you go, the less weight they carry. So if we were talking about a 3722 from last month or 6 months ago, it would have more meaning for me than from July 2024, if that makes sense. So yeah, definitely an area to watch because it is a physical support resistance. We could bounce off, but yeah, just watch it. I was just curious where you had that 3722 since 52 week is 3630. I knew it was going to have to be pretty far back. Golly. AMD with a nice push off of support there. Looking for new high of day. Still going to be expensive. Off that push it had yesterday, that would be a tough one. Tesla back to support here. See what it wants to do. And Apple trying to retrace that push it just had. So not a lot going on right now. Just kind of watching. SPY gaining some momentum to the upside too, so Ops, IWM's trying to push up as well. It's now testing that opening range high. If we break that, 243.06 would be next in line. All right, I just wanted you to watch, man. We're finally breaking out of that range. SPY is still stuck in its range. It hasn't broke 667.01 or 91, excuse me. But it looks like IWM is trying to push out of its range. I do like this AMD. I was just looking at it. The 170 though is trading at 210. And then the 172.5, which I don't know if I would play. Oh, I do have it here. Drops down to 111. It was greed. I should have gotten out earlier. Greed is a account killer. Yeah. Never feel bad about selling green. And I'm not talking directly at you, Ops, but that is the number one issue I see guys have time and time and time again. Discipline. So I've been teaching people how to trade options for many years now, and that is the number one issue I see. Guys will go to work and put in 8-10 hours a day for $300 a day. I don't know, whatever you make, let me do this. I'm going to ask ChatGPT What is the average pay per day in the U.S.? Sorry, it's calculating. Searching the web. So it's saying the ballpark average daily pay in the U.S. is going to be somewhere between 120 to 250 with an average of 160 bucks. So, I have guys or girls, whoever, come into the group, and let's say they blue collar American making $160 a day average. Okay, they will go to work 8 to 10 hours a day for 160 bucks. But they will get in the group, they will, or into trading, and they will trade an option, and they'll be in that option and that trade for 30 minutes, whatever. And they won't sell it at $100 profit or $50 profit in 30 minutes and let that greed get to them. I mean, $100 a trade in 30 minutes, you made half of your day's income in 30 minutes. Why are you getting greedy and not getting out of that trade? Or $200. Man, it could have ran, and I could have made $500. Well, you banking on that coulda, when you should have sold it at $200 and made more in that one trade than you make all day at work. I see it all the time. People get too greedy, and it bites them in the butt. And like I said, not talking about you, Ops, but I just see it. Greed is the number one killer of accounts. I mean, even in the private group, guys are like, man, I should have stayed in that trade. No, dummy, you sold that trade for 15% profit. You did fantastic. I mean, I'm guilty too. I've done it. I've blew up a few accounts over the years with greed. And that's why I really push that PT, especially on the private group, those base hits and everything. And if you guys are here and you don't get my analogy that I post up in a lot of times in the private group is baseball. Man, I'm not a huge baseball fan. If I'm betting on a game, then I'll watch it. But that's really about it. I don't have a team. I don't care if I can't even think. The Houston Astros are playing the New York Mets, or I care less. But depends on the line, and if I'm playing that game, then I will. But I know enough about baseball that hitting a home run, grand slam, that is cool. I've been to some baseball games when they knock it out of the park. Everybody cheers. It's a cool feeling. Everybody loves it, right? That's why they have a home run derby and everything else. But what wins baseball games? You don't see the Atlanta Braves winning over the New York Mets 10-2 because they hit 10 home runs. No, they might hit 1 or 2 home runs, and they might score a couple runs off of that. But the game is won off of that batter getting at the plate, hitting the ball, and their goal is getting to first base. That first base is key. You can't get to second base, or you can't get to third base, and you can't get to home plate without getting to first base. That is what we teach in trading. Getting to that first base. That first base is getting on bat. That base hit is what wins the game. Yeah, cool. Maybe every 6th or 7th player knocks a home run. Awesome. Today we've had 3 base hits in the private group and no home runs. I consider a home run anything over 100%. Yesterday we had 3 base hits, but 2 of them were grand slams. They were over 200%, but we still sold and focused on that profit because that profit is what pays the bills. Those grand slams, those home runs are cool when they happen. They're fun, but we don't get in a trade looking for that 100%. We don't get into a trade looking to, hit a home run each and every time, because it's not going to happen. No, that is going to kill your account, and that's greed. And greed and emotions is the hardest thing for a trader to learn and discipline. So, quick little analogy there. Make sure you're focusing on those base hits every day. The average blue-collar American makes $160 a day. So why should you not be comfortable making, hell, $30, $40, $50 an hour in trading? Anything over that is greed. I'm sorry, I was reading a few things in the private group. I used to drive cab back in 09. My best night was $1,900 take home. That's pretty good. I chased beating that again all the way to finding this. Even double pay in construction didn't beat that. I was able to beat that doing this, but it wasn't on my first day. But the fact that it can be done consistently is a learned trait. 100%, buddy. It's the long game. Learning the rules, what works for you as a trader, might be different than what works for me as a trader. But there's this one's going to be bad for you, Chris, but there's 1,000 ways to skin a cat, or whatever that saying is. You can do trading 1,000 different ways. So what works for me, what works for you guys is completely different, as long as we're all making money. But it does stem down to having your own rules and sticking to them. And one of those rules that everybody needs to have is don't be greedy and don't trade with emotions. What you do from then is up to you. If you trade off of support and resistance, price action, intraday trading, if you do the fibs, if you do orbs, if you do iron corridors on options or spreads, or the will, or covered calls or naked calls, or if you just do commons, whatever, as long as you're making money, that's the core of what we're here to do. We're here to take that money from the market. How you do it is completely up to you, but you can't do it in any of those scenarios if you factor in your emotions. Emotions have no room in trading, because emotions evict greed and FOMO and all this stuff, and that will hurt you each and every time. So if you concentrate on those small gains, those small profits consistently, and sprinkle in a home run here and there on some runners, then you're going to play that long game, kind of like Chris was talking about. That compounding numbers. We talked about that a few weeks ago on the stream. You take what was it, Chris? I think $1,000 account, and you add 1% to it a day, compounded over 252 trading days a year. You end up having almost 13,000 by the end of the year. But that's where you PT and leave a runner. In crypto, it's called a moon bag. Let the runners or moon bag grab the extras on the table. The PT feeds you consistently. Exactly, 100%. The PT pays the bills. The runners are fun money. That's why we teach scaling out and how to do that in the private group and stuff. But that is key. That allows you to bank what you need to, and then try to grab some of that table money with a small account or small contract size. And if you don't, no big deal. You still fall back on that PT that you've put your money on. Easy math is 1% a day will add a zero to your account every year. It's actually a little more than that. Okay, I knew it was something like that. So $1,000 account, I want to say 1% a day, 252 days came up to like 12,000 some change. So anyway, if you factor in a good day, and you're going to have bad days. If somebody is telling you that they're winning 100% of the time, 100% of their trades, they're 100% lying to you. I know a shit ton of traders. I've been around for a long time. I've seen some guys with some good track records. I don't feel like I have a shabby track record, but nobody wins 100% of the time. I don't. I mean, yeah, I had a 100% today on 3 trades. We had 100% yesterday, but I've had trades where I absolutely, horrible. I had a trade earlier in the week where I got in and quickly alerted our private group not to follow me on this one, guys. I made a mistake, and it happens. So if you take a 1% day and you plus or minus, that 1%, then yeah, you could easily have a $10,000 account by the end of the year. But it takes that discipline and not get greedy. One thing I teach new traders when they come to me is do not focus on the dollar amount. I don't look at the dollar amount. I could care less what that dollar amount is while I'm in a trade. If I get into a trade, I do not look at the dollar amount that trade is making. I look at the percentage. If you pay attention to the percentage, you will make the dollars. If you pay attention to the dollars, you will lose the percentage. You're better off sitting out in a good trade than hopping into a bad one. 100%. But let's say you're in a trade, you spend $100 on that trade, okay? Do we all agree 20% is a great trade? Yes, 20% is a great trade. But if you're into a trade for $100, 20% of that's only $20. You're like, well, this day and age, I can go to McDonald's and spend $20. I know I can. I'm a fat ass. I can eat some food. So $20 at fast food is nothing to me. But if I focus on that 20% every time, then when that's a $100 trade, if I'm focused on that 20%, it's $20. If I focus on 20% and now it's a $1,000 trade, now that 20% becomes $200. If I'm in a trade for $10,000, then I just made $2,000 on that trade. That's what you got to focus on. You can't focus on that dollar amount. 20% is 20%. Let that sink in, guys. Can't get greedy in this game. Cannot. And like I said, Ops, that was not directed at you by any means. I hope you don't think I was pointing the finger at you, because I definitely wasn't. And I look at levels, you have to have target goals in mind. Yeah, exactly. Especially when you're looking at your runners and things like that. Definitely. So basically, every day I put $1,000 in one of the alerts and let it ride till. I mean, you could. Is that what you do now, X? Is you put a 1,000 into one of my alerts and let it ride till 20%? Nah, okay. I mean, you can. I mean, shoot, if you would have done that last 2 days, whatever you would have put in would have made you 200 a day easy. But you can be consistently green. Small plays, since I've been with you, it's been affordable to do this here. Yeah, I mean, it's all about that consistency. Yeah, I typically run 20%, but I mean, you can do it all 5%, You got to find that percentage that works for you. And one thing I try to tell new traders is think about it this way. and I always have a hard time and I have to think about it. 100% of your trades that go to 100% will hit 20%, but not 100% of your trades that go to 20% will hit 100%, if that makes sense. So the lower your percentage, the more likely you're going to hit it on a consistent basis. Oh man. Take two contracts, one at PT and one stopped out at BE is 10%. If that runner runs, it could be a lot more, but not every trade. Yep, exactly. That's why I always recommend everybody to take two contracts per trade. And if you can't, then don't, and just focus on that one, and then let that one scale out at PT, or not scale out, or sell at PT, whatever your PT is. Oh gosh. All right, guys, probably going to start shutting things down. I'll probably leave this charting up and watch a few things here for a little bit. All of our stuff is kind of played out. We might see some movement after lunch. But I'm getting hungry. Probably going to go grab something to eat and hang out with a private group for a while and do some stuff there. But yeah, I appreciate you guys hanging out. Make sure you follow us on Twitch, and I really appreciate it. You know, we're here every day, starting around 9 o'clock Eastern, and you know, we set up our charts and do this daily, and be more than happy to have you come hang out with us and spend the day with us, really, you know. And you know, if you want to check out that private group, you can. Like I said, free 7-day trial. But yeah, definitely check it out. But make sure you follow us here on Twitch. That way you get alerted to when we go live and all that. So it really means a lot and goes to help us out. So just click that follow. And then think about the sub thing here as well. We're looking to add more. You get, you know, ad-free content, to which we don't control. All that's handled through Twitch, but it alleviates that. You get special emotes and stuff, which I don't even know how to use those, but we're looking at trying to give back for the subscribers here on Twitch, maybe a Twitch night showing you guys, you know, we'll get on for our subscribers and answer questions, go over some charting and try to figure out some questions that you may have specifically to the market. But yeah, I really appreciate it. You know, all those followers really help us out. We haven't been streaming long. We've only been streaming a few months, so we're still new. But we've been running the private group for many years now. So I've personally been trading. I keep saying over 10 years, but I got to add to that. Honestly, it's probably been 12 years or so. Strictly an options trader. I'll grab some commons from time to time, but that's what I do. I'm here to teach you guys how to trade options. So if you're new, definitely get with me. I will show you anything I can, and we'll get you set up. I can go as basic as you want. I can help you select a platform, like you see here, a trading platform that works for you, and get you started learning how to trade stocks, and then we'll get you into options and get you into making some decent money. So just let me know if you're interested in that. Like I said, I'm not a high pressure salesman, so if you want to check out the private group, link is at the top of chat, or it was. There it is again. But yeah, check it out. Make sure you follow us here on Twitch. I'm gonna go eat some lunch, and like I said, I'll leave this up, and I'll be monitoring chat. So if you guys have any questions or anything, you can post that up. But I'll be more active in the private group and helping those guys out. So I appreciate it, guys. Make sure you're back here tomorrow starting at 9, and we will do it again. Have a good day, Silver Surfer. Make sure you're managing that trade, that long-term trade on silver that you're in. But yeah, I appreciate it, guys, and I will see everybody back in the morning. Thanks, guys.